Advisors Challenge competition in Los Angeles. Congratulations. Students analyzed a complex financial case study and presented their solutions to professional financial advisors. Competing against 24 top teams, they advanced through preliminary rounds and won the championship. This was the team's second consecutive title, placing them among a select group to achieve back-to-back wins in the event's 14-year history. Their success reflects Tony's ability to guide students in developing communication, collaboration, and problem-solving skills that extend beyond the classroom. He regularly brings in guest speakers from various industries to lead workshops on public speaking and professional communication. These experiences broaden students' understanding of career paths and prepare them for future academic and professional environments. Through his work focused on student growth and innovative teaching methods, Tony exemplifies what it means to be world-leading and future-ready. Congratulations. Great, awesome. All right, in the category of classified staff member, our first difference maker is Kathy Tantry, paraeducator at Ponderosa Elementary School. Kathy embodies our core value of integrity and ethical stewardship. Kathy is an invaluable member of her school community. Her integrity and ethical stewardship shine in her role as a paraeducator student attendant. She supports the school's specialized academic instruction SAI classroom with patience, care, and expertise, ensuring that special education students receive the individualized attention that they need to thrive. Her unwavering dedication to both students and colleagues fosters a culture of trust, accountability, and collaboration. She not only provides compassionate and skilled support for the students in her classroom, but also extends her expertise beyond her assigned role, assisting students in other classrooms as needed. She leads with ethical responsibility and professionalism, advocating for the best interests of students and colleagues and maintaining high standards in her work. Beyond her direct student support, Kathy plays a mentorship role, guiding and assisting the many new paraeducators who have joined our site. She ensures that they feel supported, informed, and confident in their roles, helping them to build a strong, knowledgeable, and ethical support team for students. She consistently seeks opportunities to learn and grow, demonstrating personal responsibility and a commitment to continuous improvement. She embodies our core values by upholding high ethical standards, advocating for students and colleagues, and fostering a supportive, collaborative environment. Her leadership, professionalism, and dedication make her a true difference maker at Ponderosa. Congratulations. Congratulations. In the category of classified, I always feel like I'm at the Oscars when we do this. In the category of classified staff member, our second difference maker is Takia Brock, Technology Services Secretary, for embodying. Oh, she's not here. Okay. for embodying our core value of excellence through continuous improvement. Takia is not able to join us tonight, but we would like to honor her contributions nonetheless. She exemplifies excellence by embodying a relentless commitment to growth, innovation, and the pursuit of higher standards. Her leadership inspires those around her to push boundaries and embrace continuous improvement, fostering an environment where excellence has become the norm. One striking example of her impact occurred during her time as project lead for a critical reorganization restructuring initiative for our district's phone system. Faced with tight deadlines and complex challenges, Takia implemented an action plan engaging team members at every level. Through innovation huddles, she encouraged open dialogue about inefficiencies and potential solutions. Her approach not only streamlined workflow, but also boosted her team's morale. Takia has set a gold standard for continuous improvement, and her contributions elevate tech services and SCUSD and contribute to a legacy of excellence. Congratulations to Takia. In the category of community member, our first difference maker is Jenny Kim, also from Ponderosa Elementary School, a parent for embodying, our core value of connected families and collaborative community. Jenny is working at a PTA event this evening and so is unable to join us. Her dedication to her school community is one of the many reasons she's being recognized. Jenny embodies the spirit of connected families and collaborative communities through her tireless volunteering and commitment to enriching student experiences. As a room parent, she has been an invaluable support to teachers, assisting with small group instruction and ensuring classroom activities run smoothly. Beyond the classroom, she's chaperoned field trips, making enrichment opportunities possible for our students. Her leadership on the school's PEPCO team has directly contributed to fundraising efforts that sustain vital programs like the arts. Drama, STEAM experiences, enrichment assemblies, and mentor coaching during recess and lunch. These opportunities not only enhance student learning, but also foster a well-rounded school experience. Jenny's dedication extends even further. When the school faced unexpected staffing shortages, she stepped in as a volunteer noon duty supervisor, ensuring student safety and continuity during lunch and recess, even on rainy days and in times of need. And that is true dedication. She leads by example, modeling what it means to be an engaged and invested parent who strengthens the bridge between families and school. Congratulations to Jenny. Our next award, Kendra Farrer, Washington Open Elementary School, parent for embodying our core value of connected families and collaborative community. Kendra is traveling out of the country this week, but let's learn a little about her. Kendra is an invaluable member of the School Site Council, where she is currently serving her second term as chair. She leads with integrity, enthusiasm, and grace, ensuring that every member's voice is heard. Kendra has tirelessly organized community surveys and meetings to gather feedback from the wider community. Her ability to connect with people and listen with empathy creates a safe and inclusive space for open dialogue. This year, Kendra has worked closely with the principal to organize a community forum focused on redesigning its parent participation program to be more equitable and inclusive for families. She has been instrumental in recruiting additional volunteers who speak other languages to ensure that families whose home language is not English can fully participate in the forum. Her guidance has helped the School Site Council prioritize school culture and climate with a focus on inclusivity. In addition to her work on the Site Council, Kendra is a lead parent for the Garden Committee. Her contributions have been essential to creating the warm and welcoming culture and climate. It's this work that shows she's truly committed to connected families and collaborative communities, and we want to honor her this evening. Congratulations, Kendra. All right, so our next award is for a team. It's our extended learning team for embodying the core value of excellence through continuous improvement. Tonight we have 3 representatives accepting this award on behalf of the team. Thank you for joining us. The SCUSD Extended Learning staff have shown commitment to excellence through continuous improvement by being open to change, having a growth mindset, and a commitment to providing excellent after-school programs for the students and families they serve. Over the last 2 years, the staff has had to learn how to implement the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, or ELOP, legislation, guidelines, and the quality standards for expanded learning. As part of this process, a committee of site supervisors and assistant site supervisors created a new curriculum planning tool. This tool supports the active and engaged learning component of the quality standards and the district goals of incorporating math and literacy into the daily curriculum. The team has worked collaboratively with all staff, providing ongoing training on what project-based learning looks like and accepted and implemented feedback provided by constituents. They asked their students what they liked and didn't like about their programs through its very first student survey, which helped staff identify where they can improve the student experience. They have increased parent communication and feedback through fall and spring surveys to ensure that programs are meeting family needs and expectations. The extended learning staff are committed to providing high-quality educational after-school programming and safe and supportive environments, and we want to congratulate them. All right, so congratulations. Let me give you a pin. And there's your pin. Okay, thank you. And congratulations to that team. And while we're on teams, in the category of group, team, or organization, our second team is the early learning team for embodying our core value of connected families and collaborative communities. We have 3 representatives from the early learning team with us this evening to accept the award. The early learning, infant, toddler, and preschool staff are the heart of our early learning programs, working diligently to create a warm, connected, and collaborative community for the children and families enrolled. Their passion and commitment to go beyond the classroom, ensuring every child feels nurtured, every family feels supported, and every interaction strengthens the bond that makes our program so special. Staff prioritizes open communication, meaningful collaboration, and family engagement. Through daily connections at drop-off and pickup, parent-teacher conferences, monthly newsletters, and digital updates, families remained informed and actively involved in their children's learning. The team creates enriching opportunities for families to engage with one another and our program through welcoming meet and greet events, parent workshops, classroom celebrations, and shared learning experiences such as SEAL home and school celebrations, and connection activities, story time, and classroom volunteering. I think you're busy people. These efforts build lasting relationships among families and strengthen the sense of belonging in the program. By modeling and nurturing social-emotional learning, staff help children develop empathy, cooperation, and meaningful connections with their peers, creating a ripple effect that supports learning in higher grades. Families are also encouraged to connect, support, and learn from one another as they navigate early development. Thanks to the dedication of this incredible staff, our early learning programs are meaningful introductions to SCUSD. They are more than just places of education. They are thriving, supporting networks where families feel valued, empowered, and truly connected. Thank you and congratulations. Congratulations. Yeah, there you go. Congratulations. All right, let's give one final hand to all of our difference makers. Thank you. And if you are a difference maker, Caitlin, who has the camera over there, will meet you in the lobby and take other photos for you. Thank you.
Okay. We'll move now to public comment on closed session agendized items, but first I will read our guidelines and policy for public comment. Board Policy 1313 is our civility policy. This policy is intended to promote mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. This policy is not intended to deprive any person of his or her right to freedom of expression, but only to maintain, to the extent possible and reasonable, a safe, harassment-free workplace for our students and staff. In the interest of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children of this district as well as the community, SCUSD encourages positive communication and discourages volatile, hostile, or aggressive actions. The district seeks public cooperation with this endeavor. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech and expression will comport with norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, during district activities or events, and in the use of district electronic and digital systems and platforms. I don't have any slips for public comment on closed session. Is there anyone in the Zoom? No? Okay. So we will move now to closed session. In closed session, the board will discuss item D1, public employee appointment, management, principal, Huerta Middle School. D2, public employee appointment, management, vice principal, Santa Clara High School. D3, public employee appointment, management, coordinator of student services. D4, public employee appointment, management, program specialist, special education, 2 positions. D5, public employee discipline, dismissal, release. D6, conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives Gary Waddell, Superintendent, Jose Gonzalez, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources, and Mark Shield, Deputy Superintendent of Operations and Chief Business Official, employee organizations, UTSC, CSEA, AFT, and unrepresented employees. Item D7, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Sections 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 2, one case. D8, public employee employment appointment, Government Code Section 54957B1, title Superintendent. D9, conference with labor negotiators, Government Code Sections 54954.5F and 54957.6, agency representatives Bonnie Lieberman, Board President, and Meredith Brown, Legal Counsel, unrepresented employee, Superintendent. The board anticipates being in closed session about 90 minutes. Thank you. Okay, the board is back from closed session. I'd like to ask to have the introduction of the interpreter. Thank you. Okay, from closed session, we'll give you our readout. Item D1, the board received information. Item D2, the board received information. Item D3, the board received information. Item D4, the board received information. Item D5, the board received information. Item D6, the board received information. Item D7, the board received information. Item D8, the board received information and gave direction. And item D9, the board received information. Okay. Item E3, administrative appointment of the superintendent for the Santa Clara Unified School District effective July 1st, 2025. Santa Clara Unified School District began a search for a new superintendent by hiring the executive search firm Hazard, Young, Atea and Associates in January 2025. This process was comprehensive and included gathering input through focus groups, interviews, and surveys from over 2,000 parents, staff, and community members. A leadership profile outlining the desired characteristics was developed and presented to the board on March 13th. This profile was used to recruit over 75 potential candidates, resulting in 42 completed applications. Of these 42 applications, approximately 38% were current superintendents, 35% were assistant superintendents, and 27% held other district-level positions. The applicant pool was diverse, 66% male, 33% female, 29% candidates of color, and 71% white. Approximately 70% of the applicants held doctorate degrees, and 10% were bilingual. 31 candidates were screened by the HYA consultants in 40-minute interviews. These interviews were followed up with initial reference calls. The board reviewed all 42 applications with the consultants on March 22nd, and the board selected 7 candidates for in-person interviews and a comprehensive data analysis. Following these semifinalist interviews, trustees advanced 3 candidates to a final round of interviews held on April 1st. The candidate pool was excellent, and ranking at the very top of the field was our next superintendent. Tonight, we are proud and honored to introduce Dr. Damon Wright to our learning community. Dr. Wright is currently the superintendent of the Benicia Unified School District in Benicia, California. He has extensive experience at many levels of site and district administration, including high school principalships in Napa and Benicia, executive director of secondary schools in Napa Unified, and senior director of human resources in the Fairfield-Sassoon School District. Dr. Wright began his career in education as a school counselor and psychologist. His commitment to serving all students runs deep, as evidenced by his numerous accomplishments in raising student achievement and wellness in every role he has held. Dr. Wright earned his doctorate in education and organizational leadership from Brandman University. Okay, may I please have a motion to approve the administrative appointment of Dr. Damon Wright?
Move to approve, Ryan.
Second, Muirhead.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
It's not
Oh, it's roll call, that's right.
No, oh, is it?
No, because
No, nobody's on.
I am here for 10
Yeah,
minutes.
nobody's online, so I don't have to do roll call.
Make
Do I need to do roll call? Okay, we're going to do roll call because Meredith says so. Okay. Okay, I have a motion from trustee Ryan and a second from trustee Muirhead. Trustee Canova.
A very enthusiastic yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
I am here to say yes in person, yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Very excited to say yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Very excited also to say yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Emphatic yes.
Student trustee Brown. And I vote, I guess, yes. Yes. That passes 6-0 with student trustee Brown voting yes, and trustee Rotterman sends his regrets. He is in Hawaii, but
At a wedding, currently at a wedding right
in Hawaii.
now,
Yes,
right
he is
now.
at a wedding
Is
right now
today.
in Hawaii. Okay. Where did I put my paper? Hold on. Oh, here it is. Okay, so now we are going to move on to item E4, Superintendent's Employment Agreement. This is an employment agreement and also wait, trustee Fairchild.
President Lieberman, I don't know if it even matters, but it is personnel items.
She shouldn't have voted.
You
Oh,
shouldn't have
okay.
voted.
Sorry.
But I think it's nice that
I-
she did vote.
I want, you know,
You got support from the students, but it shouldn't,
it's okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
We won't take
It's
the vote on the
ceremonial.
On the contract, we won't.
It's ceremonial.
ceremonial.
Okay. So before we take final action on item E4, which is the superintendent's employment agreement, I need to read out this statement. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54953, Subdivision C3, the board provides this oral summary of the salary and/or fringe benefit recommendation for the following local agency executive. For the position of superintendent, the term of the contract shall be approximately 4 years, commencing July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2029. The annual salary of the superintendent shall be $370,000. In the event the board gives the superintendent a satisfactory evaluation, superintendent shall receive an annual bonus of up to 8% of his then current salary. The superintendent's base salary shall increase by 2% or the annual cost of living increase, whichever is lesser, of his then current salary upon satisfactory completion of each school year. In recognition of his master's degree and earned doctorate from an accredited university, superintendent shall also receive annual increments equivalent to those received by other certificated employees of the district for master's degree and the doctorate degree. Superintendent shall receive a one-time cash lump sum payment of up to $20,000 for any reimbursable expenses associated with relocation. Superintendent shall provide receipts of all necessary expenses before receiving the relocation stipend. The district shall provide reimbursement to the superintendent for all actual and necessary business-related expenses incurred in accordance with district policy and paid by the superintendent in the conduct of his duties on behalf of the district. Superintendent shall be required to render 12 months, 225 workdays of full and regular services to the district during each school year. Any workdays beyond these shall be subject to the approval of the board. Superintendent shall be entitled to be off work on school holidays as defined in Education Code Section 37220. When superintendent determines to be absent for 5 or more consecutive days of work, he shall give notice in advance to the board president. Superintendent may choose to work up to 5 additional days each year of this agreement and be paid at his current daily rate, $1,600 per day, with all necessary contributions being deducted. Any additional days beyond these 5 shall require approval by the board. Superintendent shall accrue 1 sick day per month or 12 sick days each year of employment under this agreement. Earned, unused sick leave may be accumulated without limitation. Superintendent shall be entitled to all benefits, including but not limited to sick and accident or injury leaves and health and welfare benefits granted to other certificated administrative employees of the district and which are not otherwise provided for in this agreement. The health benefits granted to other certificated administrative employees of the district that superintendent is entitled to receive pursuant to this agreement includes medical insurance coverage for his spouse and dependent children. The district shall provide technology, specifically laptop and desktop computers, for the superintendent's use in performing his work for the district. Superintendent may propose other technology to the governing board for the district's acquisition at the governing board's discretion. The district encourages superintendent to participate in professional organizations and activities. The district shall pay superintendent's membership dues in ACSA, Association of California School Administrators, and 2 other professional or local community service organizations. Such membership and affiliation shall be considered support for the professional growth that will favorably impact the leadership of the district. And finally, superintendent is expected to attend appropriate professional meetings at local and state levels. Prior approval of the board shall be obtained when superintendent attends a function outside of the state. To the extent authorized by law, the district shall pay expenses related to attendance at all such meetings, including travel expenses.
Move to approve. Ryan?
I have a motion and a second. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead,
Yes.
Trustee Ryan,
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe,
Yes.
and I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with Trustee Rotterman being absent. All right. So we are done. You are approved, and I will sign this agreement.
Can I ask if the-
Before we hear from Dr. Wright, I would like to give individual board members the opportunity to say a few words about the selection of our new superintendent. So I will start at the end of the row to see if Trustee Fairchild would like to speak.
Thank you. I want to first start off by thanking HYA for all of their hard work in recruitment and interviewing candidates. I think when you heard the list of candidates they screened for us, it was quite extensive. But also using your networks to recruit people who you felt would be a good fit for our district. And so I know you spent more hours than you billed us for, and I still think, I just want to thank you for your work. This was an amazing process to go through with you, Dr. Wright. I think we were stunned and just thrilled that someone of your caliber walked through the door. And I just want to tell your family, you already know this. We were very impressed, and I'm sure, sorry, I lose my breath when I talk too much. Why don't you go on? I'm just thrilled to have you join us.
Trustee Muirhead?
I also really want to thank our support from HYA. They did an amazing job of bringing in such high caliber applicants, and we got to see and talk to some amazing people and spend quite a bit of time with them in the interview process. So I feel really good about the choice, the finalist choices, and then our superintendent elect. I don't know what you call the person who's coming on board, superintendent-elect. I'm so excited for this. I hate to think about Dr. Waddell leaving. This part of it is really hard, but it's so exciting for all the opportunities that you, Dr. Wright, will bring to our district, and all the things that we heard. We have a great opportunity here, and I'm just so looking forward to seeing it just blossom in front of us.
Trustee Watanabe?
Thank you, President Lieberman. Anyway, welcome, Dr. Wright. Welcome to your family. Thank you for being here this evening, along with members of the community. I have to say that we have to thank the community and the school district personnel and for all of your input, because it's through your direction that we were able to find this very qualified candidate, and of course with HYA's support as well. as shared, there were several great candidates, and it really made the decision process very difficult. And but in the end, after a lot of deliberation, and we spent a lot of time making sure that we had the right candidate for this job, and Dr. Wright fit the bill. I have to say, he knows this already, I did some Googling on him in preparation for the interviews, and if you look him up yourself, you will be very impressed with the gentleman that is now going to serve as the superintendent of Santa Clara Unified. So again, welcome aboard.
Trustee Canova?
Of course, I agree with everything that's already been said. HYA did a wonderful job. We had many candidates, but what really, and I've been on this board a long time, you know that, I'm called Obi-Wan Kenobi because I've been here a long time. And so what struck me with you is that you really did your homework about the history of this district. What struck a chord with me is you went back in history to Paul Perotti in that time and the legacy that was built then that this district still benefits from. And we miss Gary, of course. We love Gary. But I have no doubt in my mind you're going to build a legacy. You will. I know you will. And so I just I'm so excited about this. I can't tell you how much it means to me. Thank you so much. Thank you to your wonderful family who you're giving up a very important part of your life to this. Well, okay then. Okay. All right then. All right. Well,
I like her.
well, then nothing more needs to be said. Congratulations.
Trustee Ryan?
It does feel like almost everything has been said, but I also want to thank HYA because the team that we had, the input that you gave to us made it. I don't want to say it was a hard decision because I think, Dr. Wright, you were clearly, it was clearly seemed the right fit. We were very excited, and I think one of the things that struck out, that you talked about with us about your very deliberative process in both deciding to take a chance in coming here, and I think that will serve us all well. I think, as others have said, it is hard to see Dr. Waddell think about leaving, but I feel so much more confident now that you will carry forth the good things that have happened, but also carry us even further beyond that. So I'm really excited to begin the work. I know you are too, and welcome to Santa Clara Unified, to you and to your whole family.
And I will just echo everyone and say welcome to your family. We are so excited you're here. You're just an amazingly impressive human being, and we are just thrilled that you're going to be working with us, and our children are going to benefit from your guidance and your innovative thinking, and I can't wait. I mean, you showed up with a 100-day plan to a job interview. Blown away. So we're thrilled to have you. Welcome to your family, and we hope to see you in our community, and let's go have some cake. Dr. Wright, would you like to say a few words to the community? If you're more than welcome to come up to the podium, the button on the front there.
We won't even start the 2-minute clock.
You can, no, Jim, no timing, Jim.
I'll be
No
less
timing.
than 2 minutes, I promise. Good evening, President Lieberman, trustees, and Dr. Waddell. Thanks for having me here tonight. Words could never convey how I felt walking through this building tonight. It was amazing. I'm truly honored to be here tonight as your next superintendent of schools. I understand that this superintendency comes with great responsibilities, and I assure you that I'm committed. Thank you for placing your trust in me, for leading this organization and this community, and I promise you, I won't let you down. I want to send a heartfelt thanks to my family, my wife Blanca, our daughters Maya and Vanessa, for their support up to this point and through this journey we're getting ready to take on. I had the pleasure of connecting with Dr. Waddell. You're an incredible leader. You've been very supportive, though I'm still trying to figure out whether your kindness is a reflection of your personality or if you're passing me a scorching hot baton as you smile and you run for the hills of retirement. But either way, I know I have big shoes to fill, but the challenge is intriguing. I'm excited to join this team of brilliant educators, students, passionate and engaged community members. You've built something special here, and I can't wait to be a part of it. Through my research, one thing stands out. The Santa Clara Unified School District has no ceiling. And to those that believe that there is a ceiling, be prepared to break through it. Our student gets one opportunity to experience and prepare for life after they complete our program. And it's our collective responsibility to ensure that their experience is meaningful. Students first, always. Over the next few months, I look forward to formally introducing myself, sharing more about my values, my experiences, and collectively building our vision for the future. I'm looking forward to hearing from you, listening and learning, so I can embrace this community and fully understand it. I know you have a full agenda tonight, so I just wanted to be brief. We'll connect and we'll build this incredible foundation one brick at a time. So thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. I don't have any slips from the public on these two items, but I wanted to see if anyone in the public had a comment at this time. If not, we'll take some pictures. Oh, no, you have another on another item? Oh, yeah, no, we'll get to those. This is just specifically on E3 and 4. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to take some photographs now, and then we will adjourn for a brief reception. Feel free to join us for cake and other things and meet our new superintendent. And, yes.
I forgot to thank, I meant to thank Kathy Van
Kathy
Pernis
Van
for helping
Pernis.
us out during the interview process. And
for
I saw you
being
there, and I
there.
meant to say it, and I didn't write it down.
Yes, thank you for the 2 days that you gave us. 3, that's right, 3 days. 2, no, it was only 2 days. She wasn't there on the first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, your presence felt like.
No, it was only 2. Thank you. Okay, are we done now? Okay, let's go have pictures and cake. Okay, the board is back from its brief recess, and we will now move into item F1, our report from our superintendent, Dr. Waddell.
Thank you, President Lieberman. First, again, congratulations to Dr. Wright and our district. This is an amazing district, and Dr. Wright is going to be a stellar leader who I know will do great things here. So it's exciting to see where we go next. So in addition to spring open houses and state testing recently beginning, there have been several events since our last meeting. I want to thank our awesome leaders and staff for their efforts in implementing these. First, we had the Early Learning Enrollment Fair last Saturday, April 5th. Sorry, I have blue lips, I think, from the cake. So I'm not getting ready to pass out. I just have. April 5th was a busy day filled with many activities for family. For the last several years, we've been hosting the Early Learning Fair for current and prospective families to have an intimate and engaging introduction to SCUSD and to learn about our infant, toddler, preschool, and TK programs. A number of teams came together to make this day happen, and so for any family with children ready to begin their educational journey with SCUSD, they can start their enrollment with our Enrollment Center team. I want to thank everyone who supported this year's Santa Clara Firehouse Run on Saturday, a community 5K walk or run located at Mission College. This event is organized by the Santa Clara Firefighters Foundation and its amazing volunteers, and 100% of the proceeds are donated to the Santa Clara Schools Foundation to benefit our students by funding programs, projects, scholarships, and citizenship awards. This is the first year that the Santa Clara Firefighters Foundation invited the Schools Foundation to co-lead the planning and execution of a newly imagined version of the event, and it was a great success. We had 513 participants join us at Mission College for a beautiful day of community activity stations and support for our schools. And planning is already underway for the 11th annual Firehouse Run in April 2026. The Family Resource Center, in partnership with Tech Services, Project Cornerstone, and the Santa Clara Library, CalFresh, and the Schools Foundation, held its first Family University program for district parents and caregivers. Session topics included English classes, ARIES, Parent Square, social emotional strategies, nutrition, and Google Workspace applications. On Tuesday, April 8th, 20 parents completed a 5-week series. They didn't complete a 5-week series on one day, but they completed it at the Family Resource Annex in northern San Jose. And we recognize the parents' work in completing the program. Participants received a Chromebook to practice their new skills. And we currently have a wait list for the next series that's starting on April 22nd. Our labor management partnership has been active as ever. Yesterday, we conducted a reflection and planning session for site leadership teams from across the district, first elementary and then secondary. It was an afternoon of good reflection as site teams and then job-alike groups thought about this work and how we can do it better. Our LAMPS team will use these data to continue to enhance the support structures for SLTs. I enjoyed visiting Washington Open at their staff meeting yesterday afternoon to celebrate their Distinguished Schools designation with them. It is a high honor conferred by the state, and we're very proud of the Washington Open team and look forward to honoring them at the statewide event in May. I just wanted to give a shout out to our students. SCUSD prioritizes student voice, and that's been a priority for us for the last few years, and students are engaged in so many ways across the district. Our Student Senate, our Superintendent Student Council are engaged in leadership across a number of key issues facing our district. Students participate in committees such as the Environmental Literacy Committee, the LGBTQ+ Committee, Mobile Device, DAC, and District Advisory, and so on, as well as providing insights into our proposed PE initiative recently. Kudos to our awesome students who are always willing to share their voice as we make decisions that impact them. After our spring break next week, we will have our Public School Week Awards on April 22nd. We look forward to seeing everyone there. Finally, in preparation for the 25-26 school year, all TK through 11th grade families are asked to complete an intent to return form for each of their children. Responses assist us in determining enrollment for the upcoming year and are due tomorrow. So spring break is next week. I don't think anyone didn't have that on their agenda, but we wish everyone a safe, enjoyable, renewing time before we all return for our final stretch. And finally, as we move forward into our final months of our school year, we want to issue a call to the community for unity. There are many things that divide us these days, but I also know there are far more things that bind us together than that divide us. We've seen there's nothing that we can't solve when we put our heads together here in SCUSD, even when we have areas of disagreement. And if we extend grace to one another, work together to resolve problems, and hold space that we're all here for our children and their well-being, we can solve any problem that comes before us and model civil discourse and the core principles of democracy and tolerance and welcoming for all of our youth. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Dr. Woodell. Now we will have our Student Senate report from our very own Ren Brown.
Hello. I will be doing the report today on Santa Clara High School. Remember how to do this. There you go. Okay. So today I'm going to talk about a little bit about me, some past events happening at Santa Clara High School, future events, and sports. First, a little introduction. My name is Ren Brown. I go by she, her pronouns. I am the student board member here, but I'm also the student trustee and ASB board rep at Santa Clara High School and the LGBTQ club president at Santa Clara High School and a student there. First, we're going to go over past events. There was a lot of events since the last time I presented. Some drives we've had were food drive, toy drive, and Stanford Blood Drive. The Stanford Blood Drive went really well this year. We had some concerts by our amazing band. We had a winter concert. We have a night of acoustics and spring concert. And then we've had a lot of plays. So we had a play by a drama department called She Kills Monsters. And then we had Legally Blonde just a few days ago. And then a lot of clubs events. We had Diversity Week. We had a Black History Month presentation. And we had a peer helpers presentation. Also, what happened was BOTC. BOTC is Battle of the Classes. It's an event that every class, so sophomores, seniors, juniors, and freshmen all go up against each other in a bunch of games. So first there's the week of BOTC, which we have a lot of different spirit days. We had Bikers versus Surfers Day. We had TikTok Meme Day. We had Dress as Your Initial. We had Country versus Country Club, and then Class Colors. And then we have pre-BOTC, which is the Thursday before, which we just do a run-through to make sure the kids know how to do the events, everything is set up, the speakers working. And then BOTC night is on Friday. We have a bunch of games, kids go against each other, it's super competitive. And this year, it was Senior 1. This is 2 times in a row for the 2025 class, so yay. In the future, we have Battle of the Bruins, which is a BOTC, a little bit of a twist with the students going against the teachers, which is very fun. And then we have prom. This year's theme is Great Gatsby. I already have my dress for it. I found it. So super excited for that. Also coming up, a lot of senior events because the seniors are going away. We have College Decision Day. As long as we have a college decision page where the students post the baby pictures and where they're going. And then on the day, everyone wears just shirts and stuff with their school logo so everyone knows where they're going. We have Goodbye Rally, which we have a big video for all the seniors saying goodbye, and we make posters and stuff. And then we have Senior Sunset, which is like Senior Sunrise. All the seniors get together and watch the sunset together. And then we have Graduation Ceremony, final goodbye to the seniors. And then we have sports. So we had winter sports and spring sports since the last time I did my presentation. We had wrestling go to CCS. We had swim is going to CCS. We've all done a really good job this year. And then also at the end of the year, we have senior signing off day, which is for the senior athletes. They sign shirts and give them to their favorite teachers. It's a good way to congratulate our senior athletes. Thank you. Is there any questions? Okay. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Thank you, Ren. Okay, we'll move now to reports from our union presidents. Ms. Alpin.
Okay. Good evening, President Lieberman, trustees, Dr. Waddell, Ms. Burrell. First and foremost, I want to welcome and congratulate Dr. Wright. Thank you and welcome. Also, I want to move to why I'm here tonight. I'm here to express my disappointment regarding an ongoing issue that has yet to be addressed. The inequitable pay for our paraeducators working with mod severe students at the elementary level. Currently, we have 34 paraeducators serving these students, and yet they are not being compensated at the life skills moderate severe pay range, despite the fact that they are doing comparable work to their colleagues in life skills moderate severe programs throughout the district, who do receive the higher pay. This inconsistency not only undermines the value of the work, but also creates a divide among staff. I have made several efforts to address this matter through collaborative and respectful conversations, but unfortunately, those efforts have not been acknowledged or acted upon. I want to emphasize that we have the full support of our special education director for aligning the pay scale based on the work that they currently do. Still, the district does not move forward to correct the disparity. I also want to highlight the growing inequity. At the beginning of 2024-2025 school year, the district placed moderate severe life skills para floaters at each elementary site that are paid at the life skills higher rate. These floater pairs are receiving a higher pay while often working in classes with students whose needs are less demanding than those of the elementary mod severe paraeducators. This move further compounds the pay inequity and sends a clear message about how the district doesn't value the work and the dedication of our paras supporting the mod severe students at the elementary school level. I urge the board to take action to make this right. Our paraeducators working in our 1st through 5th grade mod severe classrooms deserve to be recognized and compensated fairly for the essential role they play in supporting students. Let's uphold equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wysocki.
Good evening, President Lieberman, Board of Trustees, Dr. Waddell, Ms. Burrell. I'd like to start off this evening by sharing a bit of UTSC news. UTSC would like to share with the board that we have completed our union leadership elections. We're happy to announce the following leaders for the 2025-2026 school year. Vice President Ian Jackson, Secretary Lauren Laraca, Treasurer Ryan Ioto, High School Cluster Director Dan Skopinski and Vance Campbell, Middle School Cluster Directors Jeff Bryant and one open position, Elementary Cluster Directors Linda Berger, Michelle Hopper, Leslie Angulo, Specialist Cluster Directors Lynn Camacho Light and Zun Bui. Thank you to our members who voted, and we look forward to another great year with our new and returning leaders. In this difficult work that we do, it's common, I think, to focus on what's not working rather than what is. When I was trained in PBIS strategies, I learned about the target ratio of 5 to 1, meaning 5 praises, approvals, or appreciations for every one area of concern. So I'm going to push myself to follow that structure here tonight. Let's start off with those positives. Number 1, I appreciate our early literacy committee who met 2 weeks ago for another round of deep and difficult conversations regarding K-2 assessments. Specifically, I'd like to thank Lori Musso for helping us navigate the work in the Early Literacy Committee. Number 2, I'd like to thank our PTA Council who invited me to their awards dinner on Monday evening, March 24th. I enjoyed chatting with parents, board members, and administrators. It was an excellent example of building partnerships in our district. And I also enjoyed being present when Dr. Waddell received the Golden Oak Service Award. Number 3, I'd like to thank the members of our SLTs who came to our networking session yesterday afternoon. UTSC members found the time spent in roll-alikes to be very beneficial. They were able to share success stories as well as tips and strategies to make all of our SLTs stronger and more effective. SLT staff who were not able to make the session missed a very productive meeting. Number 4, I'd like to thank both HYA and you all, the school board, for your long hours of work, your thoughtful attention, and the fortitude it took to ensure we've hired the best possible candidate for the position of superintendent for Santa Clara Unified. It was a fast process and an intense one. We appreciate your commitment and attention to selecting the best possible superintendent. Lastly, I'd like to publicly appreciate the fact that the district and the unions have the same focus, that students are at the forefront and the core of what we do. They are our singular focus and objective. It's their growth we strive to improve every single day. We are in the people business with students as our laser focus, always. The one area of concern UTSC would like to bring up tonight is our commitment to continued clear communication and transparency in all areas and levels of our system. Over the course of the last several weeks, perhaps as a result of being on so many different meetings and committees, it's becoming increasingly evident that we have holes in our communication. To be clear, I am not talking about the outstanding work of Jen DeRico and her team, but rather a more foundational level of communication, how decisions are made in committees, in DLT and LAMPS, and how they are communicated to the staff doing the work directly with our students, how our sites are sharing feedback back to the district office staff. Effective communication, whether written or verbal, builds trust and transparency. It reduces anxiety, especially when supported by accountability to the work. It leads to more effective partnering and problem solving. Confusing communication, mixed messages, changing and pivoting midstream causes significant problems in all levels of our organization. Let's commit to keeping communication a top priority. As I finish up my report this evening, I'd like to offer Dr. Wright a hearty and sincere welcome to Santa Clara Unified. We have a unique and special relationship with our district office folks, and the teachers look forward to a long and productive partnership with you. We know our students benefit in all areas when the parts of our system work together to solve problems collaboratively. It is difficult work, but it is immensely successful when done correctly. Thank you. This concludes my report for this evening.
Thank you. Okay, we will move now to public comment on unagendized items. And I have some slips, so I am going to read our civility policy again, since there may be people here that were not here when I read it the first time. Board Policy 1313 is our civility policy. This policy is intended to promote mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. This policy is not intended to deprive any person of his or her right to freedom of expression, but only to maintain, to the extent possible and reasonable, a safe, harassment-free workplace for our students and staff. In the interest of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children of this district as well as the community, SCUSD encourages positive communication and discourages volatile, hostile, or aggressive actions. The district seeks public cooperation with this endeavor. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protections for speech. However, the board expects that all speech and expression will comport with norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, during district activities or events, and in the use of district electronic and digital systems and platforms. When I call your name, you can come up to the podium, turn the microphone on by pressing the button. The light will turn green. You have 2 minutes to speak, and the timer is right above Trustee Canova's head. Okay, so I have slips from Sumat Mehra, Megan Fincher, and Kimberly Williams. And I also have Claudia Lopez, but I usually only do 3 at a time. That's agendized. You don't need a slip, but yeah, so I don't, no, that's okay. You can come up after Claudia. Okay.
Hello, good evening, members of the board. My name is Sumat Mehra, and I'm a parent and a proud member of the Santa Clara Unified School District community. I'm here tonight to share a heartfelt concern, not only on behalf of my daughter, but also for other families who may face a similar situation. My daughter is a bright motivated student with a passion for learning. After attending private school for years, she's eager to transition back to public school, but with a specific goal to attend a school where she can begin studying Japanese, which is important to her academic journey and future aspirations. Unfortunately, the high school she is currently assigned to does not offer Japanese. The only school in our district that does offer it has a lottery-based open enrollment, and she is currently waitlisted. This means that her educational opportunity, her academic path, is being determined not by her merit or need, but by the luck of a draw and the rigidness of district boundaries. This is not just our problem, it reflects a broader systemic issue. Families with motivated children who have specific academic needs should not be left at the mercy of random chance. I urge the board to consider a more needs-based, equitable, open enrollment policy where student interest and program fit can carry weight, not just geography or luck. Additionally, as we open new schools in the district, I respectfully ask that you consider expanding access to high-interest programs so that all students, regardless of zip code, have meaningful opportunities to pursue their passions. Lastly, I sincerely request that you grant my daughter an exception to attend the school that offers Japanese. She is deeply committed to making the most of a public school education, but only if she can access the resources that support her learning goals. Thank you for listening and for all that you do to serve the students of the district. Thank you.
Dr. Waddell, does somebody have his contact information?
Ms. Meltzer has it already.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, trustees and Dr. Waddell. My name is Megan Fincher. I am a parent of students with special needs, and I have volunteered in various ways from school site level to district level, including in PTA and on the Special Education Committee. As you may know, the Special Education Community Advisory Committees for Northwest Santa Clara County were combined this school year. This change has allowed for more connections across 21 school districts, but it has also complicated parent engagement in the individual districts. In the past, Santa Clara Unified had its own Special Education Advisory Committee with monthly meetings, which were helpful for parent education and also opened the communication between staff, parents, and district administrators. We also had events like the annual transition fair to help parents prepare for transitions between each school level, such as preschool to elementary to middle school to high school and beyond. Special education students typically represent 15 to 20% of our students. Based on test scores, students with disabilities are struggling the most, along with English learners. Our district has many committees for addressing the needs of specific populations, including English learners, and special education should be no different. The main cost for this committee is time of parent volunteers and staff, but the benefit is priceless for our community and could potentially save money for our district in other ways. Tonight, I am presenting a petition with over 100 signatures of parents, teachers, and community members. We are asking each district to establish a special education committee to address local needs, and I would also like to request for this topic to be added to a future agenda for discussion. Thank you for your time. I have 10 of these, so enough for you guys and some staff.
Thank you. Kimberly Williams.
Okay, it's live. Okay. Trustees and Superintendent Waddell, I am rising basically to talk about the PE credit for CIF sports. Superintendent Waddell and President Lieberman addressed the PTA council meeting recently and clarified that the comment for this particular policy would be going to a policy subcommittee meeting that is held at between 9 a.m. and 12 p.m. on April 23rd. Given the impact for students, the parent interest that I am personally aware of, as well as with other high schools, I'm a parent of a Santa Clara high school freshman, I would like to urge this body to allow all that comment and to solicit opinions from interested parties to be moved to the April 24th board meeting, which is actually in the evening, where students would actually be able to come and actually have their voices heard. I think this is incredibly important. These are student athletes that are impacted by this. They want the choice. They want to be able to have their voices heard regarding the fact that this could really impact their academic schedules for next year. And I just felt that it was important that someone bring this up, because it did feel a little bit like maybe this body wasn't valuing student input as much as it could, because the timing of this was just not convenient for students at all. Thank you.
Claudia Lopez.
If the light's green, it's already on, right? Okay. Good evening, members of the board, superintendents, fellow staff members, union presidents, and community members. My name is Claudia Lopez. I'm a special education resource teacher at Westwood Elementary. I'm here to support Megan Fincher, and I would like to advocate for our students in special education and their families. I feel it is important to bring the Special Education Parent Advisory Council back to our district. This advisory council was created to give parents of students with disabilities a voice, a real, local, and responsive voice in the decisions and discussions that impact their children's education. When it is based in our district, the advisory council provides a vital bridge between families, educators, and administrators. It builds trust, it fosters community, and it helps drive improvements in programs and services. I want to talk about a time when the Parent Advisory Council helped me. Megan and the advisory council got a visit from a group of people advocating for a Circle of Friends. I was able, because of them and because they came to the board and asked for money, I was able to be part of a pilot program to participate in Circle of Friends. To let you know what Circle of Friends is, it's many things, but the most important part is it's a lunch club activity where students with and without disabilities eat lunch together. They talk, share stories, play games, and have parties together. Through inclusive, genuine friendships develop that help students recognize that as people, we are all more the same than different. And later we came back and shared how Circle of Friends was working at our sites. I felt like this was important work, and I'd like to see this type of collaboration continue in our district. Thank you for your time and your service to our students.
Cecilia.
Wait, I think I'm doing it wrong. Oh, sorry, I'm like, okay. Esteemed board members and district leadership. First and foremost, thank you so much sincerely for the time, care, and thoughtful consideration you've all dedicated to the PE policy. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed, and the recent district survey reflects how just positively these revisions have been received by the community. But now it's the perfect moment to build on that. So I respectfully urge you to bring the policy, and let's talk about it here at the next board meeting. Align the regulation with the PE policy. Delaying the implementation risks sending an unintended message that incoming sophomores, the incoming sophomore class is somehow less deserving than the next group of freshmen. And it also creates a sense among parents that the district may be waiting for us to move on rather than to move forward. It is the time to solidify that policy here at the next meeting. While this policy has been around for over a decade, meaningful progress to refine and align that policy has been limited or non-existent. So this raises a question about whether simply allowing more time will lead to a different outcome. At this point, it feels important to break through and to focus
on taking the next step. Let's bring it here and align the regulations with this policy that's been a decade in the making. Thank you so much and welcome and congratulations.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the Zoom that would like to speak?
Okay, for the members of the public attending our meeting through the Zoom webinar who would like to speak, please use Zoom's raise hand tool. Public speakers will be called upon in the order that hands are raised. There will be a 2-minute timer on the screen similar to the one we have in the boardroom to help you moderate your comments. To ensure everyone has the same amount of speaking time, we will have to move on to the next commenter after 2 minutes. When your name is called, you will be prompted by Zoom to unmute, and our first commenter is Ryan Hoagland.
We will let Mr. Rico take charge from here, and we look forward to the naming of that Bookster gym, Old Santa Clara gym for Dean Giles. Okay, now, Mr. Shields, thank you for your patience. We will have the public hearing and presentation on the proposed 2024-2025 budget. Do I have a motion to open public hearing?
So moved, Rotterman.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes 7-0. Student trustee Valdez also voting yes.
So, when all the principals were here, I was thinking this is going to be my largest audience to give a budget presentation. So I'd like to thank all of the principals that stayed for my budget presentation. And frequently I give a budget presentation, I have to follow students. And that's always a tough act to follow. And I looked at the agenda tonight and I thought, oh great, I'm not having to follow students. And then I have to file a naming of a gym after someone like Mr. Giles.
That was the only one.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. Okay, I don't have any other slips, so if there's and no one else, we'll move on. Okay. All right, I-1, public hearing for authorizing and approving the Briarwood Elementary School project number 43.43.
Motion to open the public hearing.
Second, Ryan?
I have a motion and a second. Trustee Canova? Yes. Trustee Fairchild? Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
Student trustee, oh, you're leaving? Okay. Goodbye. Trustee Watanabe, did you vote? Yes. Okay. And I vote yes. So the hearing is open. That vote passes 6-0 with Trustee Rotterman being absent. Comments? Anyone on Briarwood?
Move to
No.
close public hearing. Ryan?
Second, Muirhead.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Trustee Canova? Yes. Trustee Fairchild? Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with Trustee Rotterman being absent. I-2, Resolution 2524 to authorize and approve Briarwood Elementary School project number 43.43 following the public hearing under Education Code Section 101460.
Move to approve, Ryan?
Second, Muirhead.
A motion and a second. Trustee Canova? Yes. Trustee Fairchild? Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with Trustee Rotterman being absent. I-3, public hearing for authorizing and approving the Bracker Elementary School project number 43.26.
Move to open public hearing.
Second.
Ryan?
I have a motion and a second. Trustee Canova? Yes. Trustee Fairchild? Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with Trustee Rotterman being absent. Any comments on Briarwood? Or Bracker, I'm sorry. Okay,
Move to close public hearing. Ryan?
Second, Muirhead.
motion and a second. Trustee Canova? Yes. Trustee Fairchild? Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with Trustee Rotterman being absent. I-4, Resolution 2525 to authorize and approve Bracker Elementary School Project number 43.26 following the public hearing under Education Code Section 101460.
Move to
Approve, Ryan?
second, Muirhead.
I have a motion and a second. Trustee Canova?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild? Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with Trustee Rotterman being absent. I-5, public hearing for authorizing and approving the Westwood Elementary School Project, number 43.85.
Move to open public hearing, Ryan?
Second, Muirhead.
A motion and a second. Trustee Canova? Trustee Fairchild? Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with Trustee Rotterman being absent. Any comments on Westwood? Okay. Ms. Fincher?
Hello again. I sent you guys an email, but I just wanted to publicly thank the board and the staff for your dedication to the Westwood project, and specifically for helping with an issue that happened during phase 1 of construction, where the preschool playground was demolished and they had no play structure. And Mr. Scheel committed to finding a solution, and Ms. Healy's team was amazing. You guys found a way. The preschool kids are getting a playground in this next phase, and we are so grateful. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Move to close public hearing now that we've had a comment.
Second, Muirhead.
Okay, motion and a second. Trustee Canova? Yes. Trustee Fairchild? Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with Trustee Rotterman being absent. I-6, Resolution 2526 to authorize and approve Westwood Elementary School Project number 43.85 following the public hearing under Education Code Section 101460.
Move to approve.
Ryan?
Second, Muirhead.
It was in stereo. Okay, Trustee Canova? Yes. Trustee Fairchild? Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with Trustee Rotterman being absent. Consent items, Human Resources, items J2 through J4.
Move to approve, Ryan?
Second, Muirhead.
We have a motion and a second. Trustee Canova? Yes. Trustee Fairchild? Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with Trustee Rotterman being absent. Items K2 through K21, consent items.
Move to approve, Ryan?
Second, Muirhead.
We have a motion and a second. Trustee Canova? Yes. Trustee Fairchild? Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with Trustee Rotterman being absent. Item L1, second reading, Board Bylaw, Board Policy Updates recommended from the Policy Committee meeting, March 12th, 2025. Do we have
Move to
any
approve,
questions?
Muirhead.
Okay.
Second, Ryan?
A motion and a second. Any comments or questions from the board on this before we vote? Okay. Trustee Canova? Yes. Trustee Fairchild? Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with Trustee Rotterman being absent.
President Vine,
Yes.
is it possible?
I think I would like to do them separately, given the subject matter.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm sorry, Trustee Canova, I understand, but we'll try to go fast. Item M1, Resolution 2521 affirming April as Arab American Heritage Month.
Move to approve, Ryan?
Second, Watanabe?
Thank you. Trustee Canova? Trustee Fairchild? Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with Trustee Rotterman being absent. M2, Resolution 2527 affirming May as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month.
Move to approve, Ryan?
Second, Muirhead.
A motion and a second. Trustee Canova?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild? Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with Trustee Rotterman being absent. M3, Resolution 2528, affirming May as Jewish American Heritage Month.
Move to approve, Muirhead.
Second, Ryan.
Motion and a second. Trustee Canova?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild? Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with Trustee Rauterman being absent. M4, Resolution 2529, affirming May as Mental Health Awareness Month.
Move to approve, Ryan.
Second.
A motion and a second. Trustee Canova?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild? Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with Trustee Rauterman being absent. Action item M5, Resolution 2530, affirming May as Foster Care Awareness Month.
Move to approve, Ryan.
Second, Muirhead.
We have a motion and a second. Trustee Canova?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild? Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with Trustee Rauterman being absent. Action items N1, appointment of the principal at Huerta Middle School.
Move
Dr.
to
Gonzalez.
Oh, move to approve, Ryan.
Second, Muirhead.
Dr. Gonzalez.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Brown, Dr. Waddell, and Ms. Burrell. It is my pleasure to announce Dr. Nicole Tafoya. We are so excited to welcome Dr. Nicole Tafoya as the new principal of Dolores Huerta Middle School. Dr. Tafoya brings a wide range of experience in school leadership, student support, and equity work. She has served as a vice principal at both middle and high school levels in Santa Clara Unified School District and was recognized as Sonoma County's Educator of the Year in 2022. Dr. Tafoya holds a doctorate in organizational leadership from Brandeis University and multiple master's degrees in school counseling, applied criminology, and is currently pursuing a master's in school psychology. She is passionate about fostering inclusive, student-centered environments and building systems that support the success of all learners.
Thank you. We have a motion from Trustee Ryan and a second from Trustee Muirhead. Trustee Canova?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild? Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with Trustee Rauterman being absent. N2, appointment of vice principal at Santa Clara High School.
So we are excited to welcome Rob Griffin to the Santa Clara High School team as our new vice principal. Rob brings a wealth of experience in educational leadership, having served in various administrative roles within our district for over 2 decades. His background includes time as principal at New Valley High School, vice principal at Santa Clara High School, and most recently as coordinator of student services, where he oversaw alternative education programs, health services, and student support initiatives across the district.
Move to approve.
Second, Watanabe.
Thank you. Trustee Canova? Trustee Fairchild? Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with Trustee Rauterman being absent. N3, appointment of the Coordinator of Student Services.
Move to approve, Ryan.
Second, Muirhead.
So we are excited to welcome Kristen Gonzalez as our new coordinator of student services. Kristen brings over a decade of leadership experiences from Wilcox High School, where she most recently served as principal. During her tenure, she led initiatives focused on student-centered learning, professional development, and inclusive school culture. Kristen holds a bachelor's degree and teaching credential in social sciences from San Jose State University, an administrative credential from the SCO Elite program, and is currently completing her master's in educational leadership at National University.
Thank you. We have a motion from Trustee Ryan and a second from Trustee Muirhead. Trustee Canova?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild? Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with Trustee Rauterman being absent. N4, appointment of a program specialist, Special Education Department.
Move to approve, Ryan.
Second, Muirhead.
We would like to welcome Carmelita Huero as a new program specialist in Santa Clara Unified School District. Carmelita brings over 20 years of experience as a resource specialist here in our district with a deep commitment to supporting students' academic, behavioral, and social emotional development. She holds a master's in elementary and special education from Harding University and recently earned her administrative service credential. Carmelita is known for her strong collaboration with staff and families expertise in IEP development, and dedication to building inclusive learning environments.
Thank you. We have a motion from Trustee Ryan and a second from Trustee Muirhead. Trustee Canova. Yes. Trustee Fairchild. Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with Trustee Rotterman being absent. N5, appointment of a program specialist, Special Education Department.
Move to approve, Ryan.
Second, Muirhead.
We are pleased to welcome Brian Cordero as a program specialist. Brian brings extensive experience in special education, program management, and post-secondary transition services, having served in leadership roles across multiple districts. Brian is coming to us from Campbell Union High School District. He holds a BA in sociology from UCLA and earned his preliminary administrative services credential through the Santa Clara County Office of Education. Brian has successfully led vocational programs, managed large teams, and built strong community partnerships to support students with diverse needs. His passion for inclusive education and student empowerment is evident in his work.
Thank you. We have a motion from Trustee Ryan and a second from Trustee Muirhead. Trustee Canova. Yes. Trustee Fairchild. Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with Trustee Rotterman being absent. N6, 2025 through 2030 Memorandum of Understanding with multiple agencies for adult education credentialing services.
Move to approve, Ryan.
Second, Muirhead.
Trustee Canova. Yes. Trustee Fairchild. Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with Trustee Rotterman being absent. Item 01, Resolution Number 2523, authorizing filing of applications for state allocation board-administered programs on or after October 31st, 2024 for Santa Clara Unified School District.
Move to approve, Ryan.
Second, Muirhead.
Okay. Trustee Canova. Yes. Trustee Fairchild. Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with Trustee Rotterman being absent. Items 02, use of facilities, Group 1.5 organizations for the period of June 1, 2025 through May 31st, 2026.
President Lieberman, I need to make a statement. I need to recuse myself from this item because one of the organizations that is going to be using the facilities, PAL, I am actually a member of the board, and so I need to recuse myself from this item.
Okay. Do you should leave the room? Yeah. All right. Thank you, Trustee Watanabe. We'll call you back as soon as we're done, I promise. Mr. Shield?
Good evening. Annually, well, let me back up. We have board policy that governs the use of facilities and associated administrative regulations with that. Many years ago, our board policy had 4 groups, and all of our users were identified in 4 groups, groups 1, 2, 3, and 4. And several years ago, it was decided that there were a group of organizations that fit in between group 1 and 2. Group 1 being specifically our district schools and our PTOs and PTAs. And Group 2 being local youth organizations with at least 80% of participants attending district schools, and rosters being required in order to support those. The board decided to create what is known as Group 1.5. And Group 1.5 are specifically youth organizations approved to be on the board, and that designation to be in Group 1.5 remains in place for 1 year. So it's that time of the year again where we took applications for organizations that were requesting to be in Group 1.5, and we're presenting that information for you this evening. If approved, any entity that receives Group 1.5 status this evening, that status will be effective from June 1st, 2025 through May 31st, 2026. And then we will start this process again next year. So attached to the agenda item this evening, we broke this down into 2 separate lists. One list is agencies or entities that are currently in Group 1.5 status and are requesting an extension. And so all of those agencies are currently on there, and you can see the particulars of each of those entities. In addition to that, there is a separate list of additional entities that are requesting to be in Group 1.5 status that are not in Group 1.5 currently. For those applications, we've added a column to indicate what their current status would be today, whether it being Group 2 or Group 3. None of them are in Group 5. So we're presenting these two to list to you this evening, and we do have a recommendation. I don't know if you want that or not, but
Yes,
presenting that.
please.
You do want the recommendation?
Yes, we do want your
Okay.
recommendation. Thank you.
So staff recommendation is to approve the renewal of all of the current Group 1.5 entities that have submitted an extension request, and to deny all of the entities that are currently in Group 2 or Group 3 that are also requesting Group 1.5. So it's approval of an extension for Group 1.5 and denying the request for everybody else.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Muirhead?
So I'd like to make a motion to approve the extension of the ones that have already had it and to deny the others as Mr. Shield explained.
Get a second? We have a motion and a second. Trustee Canova? Yes. Trustee Fairchild? Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe is recused, and I vote yes. That passes 5-0 with Trustee Rotterman being absent and Trustee Watanabe being recused. And Mr. Shields going to get. Oh, Jim, he took your job. He didn't do it quite as elegantly as you. You're all good. Okay. Thank you, Trustee Watanabe. Okay, item P1, Report Director of School Bond Projects. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Adams or Ms. Healy? No?
They're both so good, we never have questions.
I know. Okay. P2, Director of Facility Development and Planning. Anyone have any questions about that report? We're all good? Okay. And item P3, the Williams Valenzuela Quarterly Report. Dr. Gonzalez?
Nothing to report.
Good, thank you. Okay, Q1, discussion, action, adoption of M-Class Dibbles 8th edition and M-Class Lectura for the K2 screener for students at risk of reading difficulties. Dr. Tenable.
There we go. So good evening, President Lieberman, trustees, Dr. Waddell, Ms. Brown, and Ms. Burrell. I'm here tonight to share with you information about the state-mandated K2 reading difficulty screener and to ask for your approval of the recommended screener on behalf of the Elementary Literacy Work Group. Green button? No. No? There it is. Okay. Thank you, Joe. So I'm going to first give a very quick update on why and how we're here tonight in a very streamlined process of adoption. Typically, we'll bring you things in steps, but we were held to a pretty tight timeline based on the state's work that they've been doing. So Senate Bill 114 changed Education Code 53008 on July 10th in 2023, so it seems like we've had lots of time to do this. However, the state mandated that they bring a list of adopted screeners first, so they had to go through their process of adopting screeners before we could choose ours. So this was their timeline. Their timeline included, started in January of 2024 by putting a panel together, working through with that panel through until December 31st, where they released their approved screeners. So we actually found out at the beginning of December, there was a list of 14 screeners that had put in their product to be assessed. And on December 31st, the state board released their approved list that I will show you later. And then you'll see that the legislation says by June 30th that you, as our board, have to approve one of whatever screener we chose. So we're looking at a very, very short timeline. Most of you know our adoption processes can last about 18 months typically, and we had 6 months to take care of it all. Luckily, and then we have to be implementing it next school year. So luckily, what I'm going to do now is just give you a quick overview of what the screener's like, and then share with you our quick process that we did. Quick but very deep process that we did. So these are some key points about the legislation and what the screener has to entail. The screener must be part of a broader process of student assessment and to inform instruction and measure progress. It can't be just the only thing we do. It has to be fit into our larger assessment system. And it must be provided to both English and non-English speaking students in their primary language if available. So you'll see what the state selected because we're in California, the language that they have, and then that's why it says if available. If there are assessments in the different languages available, then you need to give them in that. Of course, we have to adopt from the state list by June 30th, which is coming up quickly. And newly enrolled students must be assessed within 45 calendar days if they enroll after the screener administration. So once we do a district-wide assessment, the screener assessment in our assessment window, then if any child enrolls after that in grades K2, we have 45 calendar days to give the screener to them as well. So there's some background systems work that we need to take care of in order to make sure we're meeting timelines. So here are some of the next steps for us. We must determine when we will screen and are guided by the state to consider allowing sufficient foundational skills instruction prior to administering the screener, especially at the kindergarten level. So there is times for the students to have some skill instruction before they take the screener. So that makes us think about, do we have different timelines for our kinders as opposed to our first and second graders? And those are things that still need to be worked out. Here you can also see the exemptions that the state has in place for the screener. And as you can see, by all of this, we have a lot of work to do between now and the beginning of the school year when we must implement this. Okay. There is a part of the requirement that is outlined in the legislation that include the abilities for families to opt their child out of the screener. So we must have a process by that, and they must have all of the information 15 days prior to administration of the screener so that they can choose to opt their student out or not. And assessments reports must be delivered to the families within 45 calendar days after. So you can see similarities to CASP. There's an opt-out process. There's a reporting process that has timelines. So what does that mean for us and for the results? Here are some guidelines for us. The screener cannot be used to diagnose a disability, which we knew that already coming in, that we don't, as educators, diagnose dyslexia, for instance. It's a medical diagnosis, but these are screeners to look at risks for potential reading difficulties, which could include dyslexia. And it cannot be used to establish eligibility for special education or 504. It cannot be our only thing. We must still go through the entire process of identification and assessment for those services. So that was a very, very quick overview, and I hope you had time to read through all of those points, but I didn't want to belabor all of that. I'd rather get to the work that we have done. So in January, they put their expert panel together. In May, the panel brought a review process to the State Board of Education. By December 1st, they released the list, and then by June 30th, we have to adopt. So you can see the little green box is where our literacy work group got to work. We already were focused on assessment. We were looking at our overall assessment processes in the district for both K2 and 3-5, and we sort of took a pause and dug deeply into screeners. And again, it was very deep work and very hard work. We actually ended up adding a few meetings. So let me get to what we did. So we formed, the literacy work group originally was formed to evaluate our current K-5 reading and writing assessments and recommend any necessary changes. And we knew this would be quite a lengthy process. We're going to continue it next year. So we've gotten into it pretty deeply, done some learning together, but we have more work to do on that. But in December, we pivoted, and we met for 4 full days to evaluate and select one of the 4 screeners. And that, it was even more than the 4 days, because teachers got on Zoom calls with the different providers to find out about their products. Many teachers spent hours digging into the resources on their own to really assess, which really those teachers were cramming an 18-month process into about 2 months to be here tonight for you, which is why I'm going to ask for your approval tonight. So here were the 4 state-adopted screeners, and this is where I wanted to share with you about the language issue. So what the state did is they approved those that had English and Spanish. They didn't really, that's where it comes in, like, when we have over 50 languages in our district, so we have to think about that and decide what we're going to do in that case, but it does say where available. But the majority of our students do, our Spanish language students that speak other languages. It's over 50% or 50% of the languages spoken speak Spanish. So the first 3, Amira, M-Class Stibbles, 8th edition, and M-Class Lectura, and Multitudes, all have a Spanish component. ROAR, which is a Stanford University research-based product, only was approved for English. So right away we eliminated that one, knowing that that is a very important piece for us. So we really dug deeply into the other 3, Amira, M-Class Stibbles, and Multitudes. And after all of that, I'm here tonight. Oh, slide, I forgot to change the slide. Thank you. I hear you, Tricia. You're good. Those are the 4. Okay. So my recommendation, coming from our literacy work group, is that we are recommending M-Class Stibbles 8th edition and M-Class Lectura for Spanish. And the reason why we consolidated is you see all the work that now we must do in order to implement this. So with that, I will take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Knavel. Being on the committee, I can speak to the fact that the educators on that committee were so deliberate in their consideration of the 3 programs and asked really good questions about each of them, dug deeply into each one. And the conversations were very rich about the benefits and the pros and cons of all of them. And so to come to a consensus with that group was really meaningful, because all of the work was done up to that point. And so everyone left feeling very confident about the decision that was made. And you can't always say that when you have work groups. And so I think this work group really did a fantastic job sifting through a lot of information in a very compacted period of time, and I think made a great decision for our K2 kids. So I hope we do approve this tonight. So does anybody have any questions or comments for Dr. Knavel? Oh, go ahead, Trustee Fairchild. Thank you, Trustee Fairchild. Trustee Muirhead?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for this information. I didn't quite understand the slide about what happens once a child takes the assessment and is at risk, because you said it's not, you can't diagnose the disability. So do they need to then go to their medical doctor to get it, and yet they're going to get services? I don't understand,
Sure.
like, how that all works with getting services, and how does I mean, do they have to have a diagnosis? That
You know, actually, when the need for reading difficulty screener came out, they first said that it was a dyslexia screener, and the state really shifted and said risk of reading difficulties. So the idea is to catch kids who are struggling with reading early enough that we put things into place and we can rule out some other things. Our teachers and our literacy specialists, who then get tier 2, provide the tier 2 and tier 3 assessments, would be the ones that would probably identify with a school site to work on an SST process to bring parents in if it got to that level. So we're really doing any kind of screening that you would do prior to, for any reason, not just dyslexia, but any reading difficulty that they might have that might not even result in a diagnosis. That might just be that they are a struggling reader. And so our process is to do that. There is a slide, there it is. The supports and services may include, thanks, Joe. And that shows you what we do. Okay, evidence-based literacy instruction focused on the student's need, progress monitoring, continually monitoring them, working with our SST process and our MTSS process to make sure that we're making sure we're checking in and seeing what the student needs next. And then if things are still, the students are still struggling, they might get tier 2 or tier 3, which is our literacy intervention process. And then beyond that, just like we do with all students, if they're still struggling, they may be eligible for assessments for special education services. But as far as, like, we don't just say that this student is having difficulty in reading and so we know they have dyslexia. That's all that means, is that we're not allowed to give a diagnosis of what kind of reading difficulty it might be.
So I guess I was just wondering if there is a child who is dyslexic or something similar where it's not just that they just need a little bit more time. There really is something there. After they were to get this assessment that showed that they were having difficulties, how long would it take before they actually get services that they truly need? I don't want to keep trying to get them to read when it is a dyslexia issue and they need a whole different approach.
I think it changes with every student, and that's why it's really important that we have an SST process where students are continually progress monitoring, come back to the team, checking in with all of our SLPs, our psychologists about other things that might be going on, and then the parent is always included in that. So if that comes up, a parent may decide to take their child to a medical doctor for a diagnosis, for some tests that can actually give a diagnosis. And then when we get diagnoses from the medical community, then we start, our literacy processes are those that can help kids with all reading difficulties.
Okay, that sounds good. It sounds like there's opportunities all along the way to get that diagnosis. Okay, thank you.
Trustee Canova?
No, I was just going to say, with the strong endorsement from our board president, and also Vicki as well, with a very strong endorsement, I support this. So,
okay, thank you. Trustee Watanabe?
Thank you, President Lieberman, and thank you for the presentation, Director Knievel. So when I want to get more information, I like to Google things. And so I actually did a search on this particular program, and what came up was how, I guess it was approved in December of last year, December 23rd, and that it was also approved by the California Reading Difficulties Risk Screeners Selection Panel as one of only 3 recommended screeners for identifying K through 2 students with reading difficulties in English and Spanish. But of the 3, M-Class is the only approved screener with a dual language report that compares Spanish and English assessment results and offers instructional guidance and on transferable skills across languages. So I think that when I read that, I thought, well, this is a great endorsement, of, after all the work that you've done to support, all the work that you've done. So I agree. I'm happy to support this as well. Thank you.
Okay. I have one comment slip from Maria Kinkin-Brock.
Okay. To guide children through the gateway of math and reading is the job of schools. And we've been reminded that our students get one opportunity to prepare for their futures. One intense opportunity. How wonderful, absolutely wonderful, that this district has chosen M-Class Dibbles 8 and M-Class Lectura to screen students at the start of their school journeys. Letter naming fluency, phonemic segmentation, letter-sound correspondence, nonsense word fluency, oral reading, rapid automatic naming. These are assessments that are 1, 2, at most 3 minutes long. They're that quick, and they were designed in the 1970s, and they've been tested ever since, and every good screener has got them. It's just known these are the things that will show you who's going to be having trouble down the road if you don't take care of it right away. And Tier 1 is the place to take care of it. And so if you give training beyond handing a manual and a day of training to your Tier 1 teachers, they'll take away a lot of the special education needs that come later from, just classroom teachers not knowing what to do. But I digress. They've been shown repeatedly, so rest assured that these are effective screeners. Dibbles was founded in the 1980s. It was used, it came from the University of Oregon. It was used for millions of kids by now. Now it's electronic. And then just that spelling, reading comprehension, vocabulary have been added that just sort of rounds out these are all the different aspects of what goes into reading, because reading is a complex process. It can break down many places. May I just say, choosing a screener that assesses children in their home language just plain makes sense. Good choice.
Thank you, Ms. Brock. Okay. Could I please get a motion to approve?
Move to approve. Oh, second, Ryan.
Okay, I have a motion from Trustee Canova and a second from Trustee Ryan. Trustee Canova? Yes. Trustee Fairchild? Yes. Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with Trustee Rotterman being absent. All right, thank you. Planning item R1, new job description, Student Services Program Specialist. Anybody have any questions on that? Okay, we'll see that again. Okay, report from the board. Trustee Muirhead.
Oh, okay, let me get there. Well, actually, it's really quick because I spent my time since the last board meeting
Oh, wait,
in.
did I do something?
No. Question, because it also says if we'd had more unagendized comment, there's another
Oh,
place for it.
yeah.
So we were just
Oh, okay.
talking that we didn't need any more because
Okay.
we got it all the
Okay.
beginning.
Trustee Muirhead, I'm sorry.
That's
Continue.
okay. That's
Continue.
okay. We want to make sure that our legal knows what we're doing or what we should be doing or what we could be doing. So I just want to say, since the last board meeting, I have just spent lots and lots of time on picking our new superintendent. So that has been a very interesting and enjoyable process. And I appreciate all the help of everyone getting us to this point. I'm excited.
Thank you. Okay, Trustee Watanabe.
Thank you, President Lieberman. So I have 2 minutes. So On March 31st, I attended the Peer Helpers Mental Health Awareness event at Santa Clara High School. It was a great presentation by the students and their teacher, Pilar Svensson, and a well-versed staff from the wellness centers. They presented 7 different topics and for each school period, and each session was attended by the various classes from the school. So all the high school students got to hear, one presentation during the day. It was really well done, and real kudos, to the students for putting this program together, focusing on mental health. I just attended, cheered on the Santa Clara Schools Foundation and the fire department at the 5K run this past weekend. Thank you to Mission College for letting us use their great venue, and it'll be, I guess, the venue going forward. A lot of compliments and for a great benefit for our students. Then there's an event coming up this Saturday. It's the Prognia community, and if you're not familiar with Prognia, it is a nonprofit organization that focuses on supporting the neurodivergent community. And the event is going to be at the police department, Santa Clara Police Department, on Saturday from 10 to 12. And I've attended some of these events in the past, and what they do is they call the police department their friends, which stands for First Responders for Neurodiversity Support. And there will be a tour of the police station and bonding activities with the police department. A lot of the focus is in this bonding is because the neurodivergent community, when there are issues and sometimes when the police are involved, there could be issues, and so this is an opportunity for the neurodivergent community to feel comfortable with our public safety and make issues when they come forward a lot easier to deal with. So anyway, thank you for that.
Trustee Canova?
I just wanted to thank my colleagues on the board in terms of the process that we went through in the superintendent selection. Yeah, 3 days. I've been through a lot of these. I've done a lot of these. We've all done a lot of these. And this was the best experience I've ever had doing this. And I attribute that certainly to HYA and the way they put this together. Amazing candidates. So happy with our choice. Just really excited. We love Gary so much, and we're going to miss Gary. But just what a great process. The board works, I think, so well together. I'm just really proud of every member of this board. And and then HYA gave me an interesting task. I don't know why I get tasked, but they said you have to make sure everybody's well hydrated. So I'm running around with water bottles, making sure everyone's well hydrated. And then as each guest candidate would exit, it was my job to escort them to the door. So at the end of each interview, the president, Jim, you're the escort. Hey, wait a minute, there's no water here. Jim. So anyway, so now I'm doing that in everyday life at home, just with the family. I'm just making sure everybody's hydrated, and it's. Oh, hey, but see, this is a privilege when you have the timer. But anyway, it was a great process, and I'm just proud of the board, and I'm really excited with the decision.
Trustee Ryan?
Yeah, so as others trustees have said, we had 3 intense days of meeting superintendent candidates. They were long days, but it was a great opportunity. I think it's the most critical work we do as a board. I am so happy with the result, and I am so glad to welcome Dr. Damon Wright to our district. We've welcomed him already this evening, but happy to welcome him again. Attended the Women in Sports event that was sponsored by the Silicon Valley Chamber of Commerce, a great opportunity to learn about women in sports in the Silicon Valley. I attended all 4 performances of Legally Blonde at Santa Clara High School. Amazing work from the cast, crew, and the director. There was some cameo appearances by some administrators that were also very interesting, because I got to see everyone. So I was also at the Firehouse Run. I completed the 5K. I had to miss my Run Disney weekend because of the Legally Blonde, but got a 5K in, including a parking lot loop, so it was just like Run Disney. And there were 2 character stops, Sourdough Sam and the Firehouse Sparky. It was a very nice route through Mission College, and it was a beautiful day. After that, I went to the Pomeroy Garden Day. It was great to see all the gardening, environmental education education work going on at the school. Attended yesterday the Santa Clara High School Academic Awards evening. It was very well attended, a very nice evening. But I want to conclude here by echoing what some parents here tonight have mentioned and what I've also been hearing from parents and students outside of this meeting. I would like to bring this discussion about the PEAR directly to the board meeting on the 24th, holding a policy subcommittee meeting the day before the board meeting, and holding that meeting at 9 a.m. I feel like it's not a great message to our community. Holding a meeting at a time when students and teachers and many parents can't attend suggests that we as a board do not value their voice. I know they've had other opportunities, but this is when it's getting critical. And to put those meetings back to back 2 days in a row, it's a big ask for people, students, parents, and teachers. I think it's just disrespectful to their voice, and other parents have said that tonight. I've been hearing this comment from parents and students, especially over the last week. So I would really like to urge us to just combine those discussions, bring all of it to the board. We're going to need the information. All of the board needs the information the subcommittee is getting. It's just going to be a repeat. Please bring it all to the board on the 24th. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Ryan. I attended 2 LGBTQ plus meetings, a club advisor meeting and a roundtable talk. So I'm very happy to see those committees moving forward, and thank you to Dr. Carrillo for continuing those committees, and also Mr. Stam for their work. I attended the Santa Clara Unified Council PTA meeting on Monday, which was a lot of fun. It was my first one of the year somehow, but it was really fun to see everyone and hear about all the goings on in the PTAs around the district. Today, I spent 3 hours at Santa Clara High School on judging on the AP research panel. Just fascinating stuff. These kids are just unbelievably talented. I heard one on TikTok advertising and sleep and naps, naps is one of my favorite things ever. So sleeping and naps on your mental health, and it was very sad to hear that naps really don't improve your mental health. So I'm going to have to do my own research on that. And then a burnout of ER residents, which was truly fascinating. So just exceptional students, and a shout out to Marlene Spector at Santa Clara High School. The work she does with those kids is incredible, and I would love to see that program roll out to all our comprehensive high schools. I think it would be great to offer that AP capstone to all our high school kids. And then otherwise, I want to echo my colleagues, 3 intense days. I'm very proud of how well we worked together. Just collegial conversation, very just I was proud of us. We did a really great job and came out with.
Now we can show my true colors now.
Yes, you can go back to being however, But Dr. Wright, welcome. We're so pleased to have you here, and we look forward to working with you in the future. It was a well-spent 3 days. So with that, could I get a motion to adjourn? Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot you were there. I can't see that list. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, Trustee Fairchild, but thank you for your report.
Motion to adjourn.
Does everybody want to stay? Okay, Trustee Canova. Trustee Fairchild. Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Ryam.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes. So we are adjourned at 9:28. Thank you very much.